Howdy. The mic works. I didn't know if it was gonna do that, honestly. How is everyone doing? I'm gonna actually switch up the music. Already have notes for myself. More songs in the playlist. That was a little foolish of me. I should have been able to count, but I didn't. But that's okay. We'll do the radio box. It'll play nice little video game music. I hope it's not too loud. If it is, I simply have more notes, which is par for the course. It's been a fucking week. It's been a fucking week, and I choose to attribute it to the fact that I had to wait an extra 24 hours to see you. So tuck that lie wherever it's most comfortable. I tucked it under my tongue. Force have had it. Hi, Cat. How are you doing? I hope your week's been fine. I'm gonna drinking lots of water tonight. I learned something that scared the shit out of me. I learned that clearing your throat, really bad for your vocal cords. Really, really bad. I do that like every hour. Probably 3 times an hour. And like singing kind of hurts, and like voice training is kind of hard, and it's like, ooh, baby, you're doing something bad. Extra 24 hours were devastating. I'm glad you made it through. You know, we're all stronger for it, I think. Cracking your neck is bad for your vertebrae too? I choose to ignore that. God, I do have a bad back though. Fuck! Why'd you have to tell me that? Thank you for caring about me. Go fuck yourself. I'm trying to think of anything else before I hand it over to our main cryptid woman. Ooh, I did want to really quick shout out. Let's see if I remember how to do things. Right? Hold on. Look at that. The speed. The blinding speed. Nowhere Nix is a streamer that I really like. I've actually played games with her before because she was doing like a community events thing. We were laughing hysterically. She is so funny, absolutely worth the follow. And I noticed 5 days ago, she snuck into my fucking followers. I don't know how she learned of this place, but she did. And you know what? That was pretty cool. So give her a little shout out. I'm trying to think what else is going on. Not much. I had to feed a snake. Didn't like it. Didn't like it. Do you know my whole life I've made fun of people who's like, oh, like, it's a circle of life, man, you just gotta deal with it. But then I had to cut up a mouse, so I was like, oh, I'm sad. Sorry about that. Everyone take your meds if you haven't remembered to. That's about it, guys. That's about it. I'm just stalling, because I'm scared that my voice is gonna give out. But if my voice gives out, you know, we have a little break moment. We enjoy a little break moment, a little heart-to-heart. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over without any further ado to... Oh, wait, there was... Oh, shit, and I cleared my throat immediately! Oh, God, Moth. Moth, you're terrible at everything. Hold on. There was one more thing. I am trying very hard to figure out what the gimmick of me is. And so I am going to try and actually dedicate some effort into making sure that Moth does not refer directly to me. She can break the fourth wall a little, just a bit, but she can't directly refer to me because I just don't like how that goes. Oh, another thing! Rue helped me fix my pinkies. Look at that shit. They're like actual hands. Well, that one's kind of... Ooh, that one's kind of breaking. Well, you know, improvements, and we'll take those. So, you know, if you notice anything about me or Moth that kind of makes it difficult to follow what the fuck is going on, I would love to hear them. You could drop them in the Discord. Look at that seamless plug. God, we are fucking professional. If only I had the link ready to post right in that moment, or a little command that posts the link. God, but at least I remember how to do it this time. So there's the Discord. I've improved it lately, and I'm very proud of it. That's why I'm plugging it. Anyway, Undoubtable, dear God, and look, you have godlike power. I figured it out. Aren't you happy? Aren't you proud of me? Hello. You just missed me shamelessly plugging myself and trying to get you to follow a different streamer. So truly, you've missed nothing. But on that note, undoubtedly I got to say hi to you before I go. Let's turn it over to the fucking actual cryptid streamer. Man, my computer makes a noise every time I click Alt, which is probably fine. That's probably good. How's everyone doing? I see you're all still in my window. Very creepy. Very, very weird of you, but as long as you're here. Y'all want to play that same video game again? I want to play that same video game again. I'm gonna turn off the radio. Oh, I wish there was a fade out option. And I'm gonna go to the model. Not the model. This scene. Holy shit. I'm large. God. Well, this would oh, nope, that's wrong. This would immediately go to my head. So let's go ahead and just solve this shit right here. Oh, and I don't lean as much. Look, when I lean forward, I just lean a little bit rather than trying to come out of the screen and get ya. So, you know, you're safe. Isn't that nice? I hope you feel nice. I'm gonna calibrate the thing again though, because I feel like I'm looking to the side. I didn't start up the game yet because I'm bad at this, and also because last time it played its sounds through the fucking thing that's supposed to make the Warudo sounds, the bug sounds in the door opening for the pivot that I'm not supposed to mention. Ugh, that's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult. The things I do for art, you know? God, backbreaking labor, I swear. But this is gonna be awesome. You know what I'm gonna do actually really quick? This might fuck everything, but I kind of really want it windowed. So, oh yeah, that did fuck it. Oh, that did fuck it. Okay, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that at all. Okay, that's right, now I remember. I wish I could look at OBS at the same time and not like be looking over at a second monitor all the time, but them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. Someday, I will have 13 monitors and each one will be to a different fucking message in the chat. Let's go ahead and continue. Right where we left off, we were getting in the car to go to the court. I'm hoping we get to actually do the mechanics of the game this time. I love the story. I love the world building. I love the characters. I love reading for the characters. I miss playing a game. And that's just real. That's just very real. So I asked our very own, and I can say our very own because she followed me, Ray Serena, what I'm supposed to do instead of clearing my throat, because she had vocal problems and had a vocal coach, and I'm like, hey, this is bad for you? What the fuck? Apparently a very firm single clearing of your throat. Or not clearing, oh my god, I'm an idiot. A single cough, like one hearty cough. So if you hear some gross fucking noise erupt from me and my arm go up, you're welcome. You know? Oh, what the fuck? Is it broken? Oh no, okay. It was just on a black screen. Oh, scared me. Okay. Let's go. Riveting. Undoubtedly, I hope your week's been okay. Does it excite you going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Girl, you gotta stop trying to get facts off the internet. You're not good at it. Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. I'm glad. It's good to hear. Sarah, you're too sweet for this world. What's your deal, anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. Ugh, that hurts. I like the performances. Pfft, sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. Girl, after my own heart. The truth is, besides Father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net, and I watch people, and what they share of their lives. But it's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. Am I gonna cry, my sweet autistic sister? Oof. Okay, moving on. You're all so complex, so detailed, but the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them, or make them feel awkward. Oh, I am gonna cry. Okay, cool. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? Right, such a sweet girl. It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Ooh, keep poking at her past, Sarah, until she cracks her little emotional egg. And probably murders someone about it. Possibly murders you about it. I'll cry. I'll big girl cry. I didn't read any of that. We went to a place, assumedly. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. A lot of water drinking today. Can you hear the glass straw? Probably. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Undomitable, that was the opportunity to lie for me. To lie to me for me. Your honesty is appreciated. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues. You prefer it? Is it a nice little sound? God, you guys and your ASMR. You're like, sure, chew on that pasta. We love it. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues. With a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. God, that's heartbreaking. Being honest is what I meant. Oh, you prefer being honest. Yeah. No, I appreciate your honesty. I just like, you know, fucking with you. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Perfect. Thank you. Keep it up. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. 'Cause it's exponential. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Hey, Phoenix Wright, we're coming after you. Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? Ooh, that's not necessarily what that word means generally. Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over the trials for the state, while most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded into courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies. They can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Seems unbiased. Reviews of adjutants by third parties has shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges, because they cannot be bribed or intimidated. Adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a 9-fold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single authoritative, loud voice. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. I mean, it all sounds very good on paper until you gotta take their fucking company that built them to court. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal experience. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, are androids used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. Ugh, if only, right? The state needed to shred budgets across the board. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial having machines determine sentencing for human beings. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, used to be that even the most high-profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things. Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is, that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible if adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible? Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had. Such as disgust. Ugh. It's kind of absurd, but probable for a society to implement. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those sci-fi things that, like, on paper feels good. Because, like, even the thing that Morgan brings up here, discussed, like, the idea of, like, we have taboos that are important to us not to break. And those should be judged harshly, even if that does not follow the law necessarily. Like, on paper, that seems bad. On paper, that seems like we should get rid of that. But also, you know, if you saw it happening, you might feel a sense of justice in your chest. I don't know. I'm just a cryptid. What do I know of your legal system? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. God, every time I don't like Morgan, she reels me back in by being cool as hell. Courtroom 48D. Oh, Emma, we're going against you, are we? Emma took the words right out of your mouth, Indomitable. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there. Is it asleep? It's loading. I will not be distracted. I will not be distracted. I am looking in the proper... Okay, moving on. It needs to load. Considering her character design has her constantly wear gloves. Ooh, that is an interesting point. Huh. I like that a lot. I wouldn't have noticed that. Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get shooed out for leaking things to the press. But uninformed officers had little to lose and lots to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. The age of information does not ask for permission. I do not like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I'd figure you could extrapolate. I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after prosecution are done questioning them. Just standing there, menacingly. Hi, Mr. Meow. Good to see you. How's your week been? Morgan? Morgan's always menacing. It's what I love about her. If I could menace half as good as Morgan, my life would be complete. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, didn't you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in an actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers, where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eyes before passing judgment on them? Oof, no. You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? Ooh, someone just got nuked in the background. That's fun. I love when that happens. But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all of the evidence suggests that David killed himself. I wish pain and suffering upon art shading. I don't know shit about that, but I'm with you all the way. Fire, brimstone. Let's go. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect, or even a motive for killing David. Yet. We are in the courtroom, babes. Yet is kind of running out. We're kind of running out of room for yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. God, she slays so hard. What voice? I guess like commanding, right? This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD-84 presiding. I call to order the case of the people versus Ashur. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? She's got the big googly eyes. That's very silly. No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. What? Okay, pause. I'm very sorry. I'm drinking lots of water because I'm trying to not clear my throat because it's really bad for your vocal cords, and I just learned that. But that does mean I gotta pee. Everyone, be calm. It's too early in the stream to be biting each other. You just sit there and be chill. I believe in you. Did you behave? Hi, Ginger. Sorry you came in while I was gone pissing, but I'm back. We're in the court, Jinja. We're ready. We've had a shit week, so we're gonna take it out on prosecution. Jesus. The stutters. They begin. I hope your week's been great. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? Wow, this one's theatrical. A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Wow. Holy shit. This game is so fucking cool. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous pun. Fucking hell. Ugh. Love you. You're not wrong. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. 8084, I love you. If there are no 8084 fans, I'm dead. Oh. Home materialistic. I feel like I know what that means, but my brain ain't connecting it. Do the trial without me. They're guilty, or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? God damn you. Okay, I'm disliking her more. The defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, real. After my own heart. Gee, I think I used the wrong voice. But we're stuck with it now. I didn't realize adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They are supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? She can see me. She knows what I'm up to. Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have any doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. Wow, she seems to be out for me. I love the attention, but it does not help our case. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outbursts from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get this started with that first witness? Wow. Right away, Your Honor. The people called Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Yumi! I missed you! Hi, girlie! Kill for those tattoos. I would kill. It's Yumi. Hey! So how about it, pretty lady? What? All my favorite girls are flirting with each other. You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you could still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! Emma, it's not that serious. The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. Oh, it is kind of that's it. Damn. She's not gonna give me a fucking inch. The hell? All I said was, yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. You fucker. Are you... How realistic for this game that has portrayed a very controlling government to have a system naturally opposed to me just for existing. That's cool. Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. This seems pretty bad, Adonai. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Okay. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Oh, my heart's hammering. I said I wanted mechanics, but now I'm scared. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Interesting. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in High Roller. And I am, baby! Let's go! Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. I would have loved it if they just went mind the blind. Oh! So cute! It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. But, like, the answer's the same every time. Whether how much I have to lose, like, I answer wrong. Is it better to answer wrong sooner so you can answer right later? How would answering wrong sooner make me right later? I just gotta be right every time and hope that I'm not wrong later. Okay, whatever. We'll find it out. Justice is blind and a gamble. Justice, I think, is stacking the fucking deck, but that's okay. We're just trying to get out without breaking our legs. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks, Sarah! Thanks for the tip. Me and Morgan are on that same sarcastic wavelength. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Oh, so simply them objecting me is a quote-unquote wrong answer. Interesting. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms. Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but the tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. Oh, okay, I'm gonna take a sip of water right now. We're ready. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Ooh. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Yes! I'm eating this up! I fucking love this! Oh, okay. Let's go. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Oh, wait, I get endless chances? I just realized I need to subscribe to your VODs. My VODs? Yes, I do have a YouTube VODs channel. I have a regular YouTube channel too, but I'm not going to advertise it until I actually make a thing. Things are underway. Scripts are being written, but They're, you know, it's hard. Pity me. So wait, is there no... The second it comes out of her mouth, but it just repeats if I don't. Is that what they just... I'm gonna assume it doesn't because I like it better that way. Whiskey. Should I click? David's contract. Upright cup. Passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood, correct? He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. Yep. As the subject was healthy, their respiratory failure must be attributed to drug overdose. Okay. When a toxin was run in the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling to say the least. God, the blind is increasing. Something she just said now doesn't make sense. I have evidence that directly contradicts her, so I just need to find the right moment to present it. Really? I missed it? Was it that he was perfectly healthy? David's contract, the upright cup, and whiskey. No, they shared the whiskey. Failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. Yes. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respirator... I'm gonna call here. You need to respond with evidence. Hover over the three cards that show up. Hover over the three cards that show up and left click to make your choice before the timer runs out. Oh god. Okay. Shit. Upright cup. You're joking, right? Really? But it wasn't poisoned, right? Like, it had nothing in it. Just trying to keep things light. Oh, wow, that truly didn't make sense. Oh, God. Fuck. But that's supposed to be my job. So quit scabbing. Overruled. Oh, and we lose 3. Fuck. I need to choose my objections more carefully if I want to get anywhere. What's wrong? He could have experienced those things. He was not getting enough oxygen. Oh, oxygen to his brain? But, like, there's no evidence to support that. That's just medical fucking shit. Was I supposed to present the whiskey instead? I was supposed to present the whiskey instead. Fuck. Okay. Yes. Yes. Would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. Correct. Subject was healthy. The respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. Ah! Whiskey. Really? You can't attribute it to a drug overdose because there are no drugs in the drink. Okay, fine. -4. Fucking hell. Ugh, we are not doing well, boys. Yeah, I know. Oh, God, what the fuck? Okay, it's fine. He did. Correct. Right. Where touchscreen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. Fucking hell. I'm raged. Okay. Ouch. Woof. I'm losing my fucking head over this. He did. Correct. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oh! That's fair, but what evidence would support that? I think they did describe David falling over and fainting. So I think the eyewitness did testify that. Respiratory failure, wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood, lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. I can attribute that to the alcohol? It was puzzling to say the least because of designer drugs, but I have nothing for designer drugs. This is making me feel dumb. I don't like it. Let's call it on that. Let's call it on that and present the whiskey. I don't fucking know. Fuck. Ow. Yup. Thanks. Woof. We are running out of points. Wait, can I? Okay, let's look at those pieces of evidence, huh? Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll help, huh? Jones cup. Plastic cup filled with a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright at the dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints match Helen Jung. Contains no traces of foreign elements. I presented the upright cup when it said he must have been poisoned. Right? I'm sure I did that, because that's what I think. That's genuinely what I thought. I guess they do describe right after there being nothing on the talk screen. Woof. Okay. Whiskey. A bottle of Rose River whiskey found on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensic analysts show no foreign elements or toxins, known to be a brand favored by the deceased. I presented the whiskey during the poison thing, too. Maybe? I'm trying to remember where exactly I used it. Oh, okay. Where's David's fucking contract? Ah. A binder containing the full text of David Asher's employment contract with Noble Electronics details compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of legal contract, and how arbitrations would be handled. Not a light read. Use the cup on the wrong spot. Fucking hell, Let's go look through it again. Subject passed away due to respiratory failure. We know that. That is true. He wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. I think technically it's brain, but, you know. Experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. We presented the whiskey here, and it didn't do anything. We presented the cup and the whiskey here. Talk screen came back clean. I did the cup on the talk screen too, I think. It's puzzling to say the least. There's no way it's unpuzzling. Maybe puzzling because she's not mentioning designer drugs. So when she says puzzling, I could present the cup and be like, no, you know there's something there, you just don't have a name for it in your system. God, we lose 7 on it and I'm just not sure. Oh, excuse me. Choking on water. I'm gonna do it because I don't have any fucking better... Okay, we'll go through it one more time. Would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. I think all of these are correct. It has to be in the final 3. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must be attributed to drug overdose. When a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling to say the least. Directly contradicts her? Do I really? He did die to respiratory failure. Came back clean. I did the cup on it, came back clean. I'm almost positive I did the cup on it, came back clean. But if you say, I have a shit memory, if you say you don't think I did, we will present the cup on that, because I do think that is a good answer. And I don't see any better ones. Whoa. It's a head scratcher. 7, and I'm at 35. Ugh. Passed away due to respiratory failure. We know that. Wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. We know that. We've experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. I did the alcohol here. Didn't do anything. Subject was healthy. The respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. When a tox stream was running, it came back clean. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. There's not that many options. It can't be the contract anywhere. I'm very confident that it can't be the contract anywhere. I presented both the cup and the whiskey on he was healthy. I've did the cup and the whiskey on it came back clean. It's gotta be. I'm gonna do the last one. I don't think I've done it yet. It's puzzling to say the least, and I present the cup. I think we're gonna lose this shit. I have no idea. Deeply frustrating. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, down to 20. It came back clean. Whiskey bottle? The whiskey bottle doesn't have anything on it. It tested negative. Yeah. They already... Like, we'd just be hammering home that it's reasonable that it came back clean. Oh, but like... Maybe, honestly, maybe. God, this is brutal. Test negative, and that was the source of the poison. Yeah, you're right, and I can't think of anything better. I tried to do it here, because that's what I thought, but let's do it here. Please. Indomitable, I'm gonna fucking... I'm gonna take a sip of water, and then I'm gonna move on. It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Oh, I didn't even fucking think of that! Oh my god, Morgan! The talk screen would pick up. Ah! That makes sense! Oh, you've got that in writing. Oh my god. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. We lost almost everything. We didn't balance shit. I failed you, Morgan. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. Now we're talking about it. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. Right? Yeah. That was just a trial run for the mechanics. Now we are laser set. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all of my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original scientific fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta, or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. Do you? So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. This screen I recognize. And his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Shall we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. I don't think it's the autopsy. I feel like, here's my thing. We're already saying there was something, I guess there's nothing in the whiskey, but there's something in the cups. Or in his body, I guess. My fear is that I'm presenting the whiskey. What's my blind? I don't even see it. The whiskey? What about it? It wasn't that expensive. Why wouldn't he want to drink the most expensive liquor possible if he was? Do you really want to finish that thought? Not at this time. Oh, Fucking hell. Focus. Suicide's a lot harder to pull off when you've got... Where's the autopsy? Where's the autopsy? Lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. Declared dead at 8:25 p.m. in ICU. Redacted presiding. Jung. Cause of death, respiratory failure. Unknown substance detected in bloodstream. Approximately 20 milligrams total. Loud curly handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, "What the hell is tox screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare." What? Why does it say that? Do we know why it say that? I don't think that was ever explained to us. These readings are a nightmare. Wow. It was a shit autopsy? Jung definitely thinks he killed himself. She said so herself. So it must be, if it's not the whiskey, it's the autopsy. His cause of death? Poisoning. Doesn't that strike you as odd? No, it's one of the more common methods of attempting suicide. Right. Really? But she corroborates that it's oh, this game is irritating me. Oh, the people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. Isn't there, though? Like, not to be grim, but that does happen. Oh, okay. Whatever. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. Jumping off a building typically has an audience, so does walking in front of a train. Yep. It's like, it's kind of common for it to, if not be a direct factor that is desired, at least be a factor that is not cared about. You know? Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During Blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Interesting. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win Blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. I don't get it. I don't know if I get it or not. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest parts of that argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Are you sure Delta is to blame? We don't know what Delta did. Yeah, it's a little subjective. I'm not like... I'm a little irritated. I'm not like, oh, this is bullshit, I was robbed. It's like, oh, my line of thought does not follow what the game's line of thought is. But whatever. That was bound to happen. But if I'm wrong too many more times, I'm gonna freak out. Dr. Sato, you were only able to identify the presence of Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Don't go with Delta is to blame? Really? What did you think? Before I continue, I'd love to hear what you would have picked in this situation. I want you to call your shot. No. You're my consulting detective? You're my Sherlock Holmes? It's fine, just continue. All right. Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. Ingest enough of any depressant, and respiratory failure would occur. Do we remember if she said 20 milligrams is a fuck ton or not? I don't remember. Sorry, I'm being completely silent. My thinking is, you know, do we know how much 20 milligrams is in this game? So you need to assess what would happen if we press. I guess, but like, we don't got a lot to lose and we're at blind 10. Or rather, we have a lot to lose and not a lot to gain. We don't have a lot to risk. Or that also doesn't... You know what I'm saying! Oh, okay. God, how fast can I scroll up? Oh, yeah. Cool. Not that far. Only simulations and... Oh, just nothing. Ooh, only simulations isn't a terrible point. How accurate are your simulations? Like, I guess what the fuck else am I gonna argue? You've ran simulations, so you haven't tested Delta on an actual person. No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do, given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Important lesson to remember from episode 0, we don't gotta prove that something happened. We just gotta prove that what they think happened might not have. That's it. That's our only goal. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? 4 elemental... It was 4 elemental. 4 elemental, thank you so much for chatting. I've never played Ace Attorney, but I trust you. Or thank you so much for following. I don't... My brain, she's gone. How's your week been? No, not yet anyway. What? So do I... Wait. Hello? Like, this is... Is it just an irrelevant thing to press after I've already pressed it? Can I double down? We are sure it's respiratory failure. The only other thing is, are you sure it was ingested? Right, because it's just like, I know it was ingested based on the fact that there's liquid in his gut, but is there actual evidence of that? I believe not. Okay, yeah, we're on the same page, undoubtable. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally, but how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... Was it knowingly ingested? Ah! Yes. But how can you be sure? How can... Breathe and speak. How sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have just been a drop. That kind of thing can easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Ooh, we're quick on it. Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Yeah, I know you did. That's why I withdrew. 21. 21, baby! Blackjack. Oh, the fucking aesthetics of this game are peak. Let's go! Okay. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor? It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illness. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened, undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare, it is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Like, technically possible is all we need. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt where I can and however I can is just about all I can manage. Oh, I'm sweating. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in the investigating this crime scene. Ooh, Reyes! Do I get to push her? I love when she gets mad at me. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console, located in the kitchen. What did they say when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during that same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. Excuse me. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises. God. My lungs, they hate me. Including from the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that Dr. Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Upright cup, David's cup, poison. Oh, the blind is so high. Asher met with the witness at 7:30 last night. By 8 p.m. he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Maybe. And there's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Ooh! Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. She slipped up there and made a claim that she can't actually support. What was the thing on the counter that she refused to give a shit about? The salt shaker. It was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The cap was loose and so salt spilled all over the countertop next to the sink. Spills out. It's no enough head luck. Accidentally knocked over during the investigation. Oh, no. It wasn't the salt shaker then. What was... The water glass. A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen bears Helen Jones' DNA and fingerprints. No trace of any poison. No trace of any poison? Didn't they just leave it alone? Huh. Okay. No traces of foreign elements. David's cup also didn't have anything? Forensic analyst shows matches, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk or evaporated. Yes! Okay. It's that they found poison in the cup. Okay. That's what we're doing. We gotta be confident. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. Asher met with the witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. Correct. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Technically, we don't know that, but carry on. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Okay. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Yeah. See? As soon as we know the mechanics, we're in it. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve? Or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. I don't gotta know. That's your fucking problem. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. I love and hate her so much. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, and they always are, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination? Fire away, baby. Fire away, baby? Ray's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, and if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point before she even realizes what's happened. That's what we did with the first time. Ever seen poisoning himself? No. Could he have been poisoned off camera? Yes. Anyone else in the building? No. So it's these two. Does it matter which one I do first? I think it's got to be both of those. I'm gonna do this first. Or, no. This. I know this is true, and the other one is, you know, a proposition. He was not seen poisoning himself. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink last night? No. Seems he had already poured for both of them by the time he had returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next question needs to be when and what. Ooh, a third question popped up. When he poisoned in the kitchen. We know there's no poison in the kitchen, but he went elsewhere. Could he have been poisoned off camera? I'm sticking with it. Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Oh shit. Fuck. Really? It might certainly seem that way, but like you don't have proof that he was by himself? the full building was swept. I almost certainly know that, but because we're running so fucking low, where's the goddamn arc? Huh? Do we still have it? No, we don't. Awesome. I'm doing any poison in the kitchen. I'd check if they found any poison anywhere else. I'm almost certain that they didn't talk incrementally about the sweep. Oh. So any poison in the kitchen leads to any poison anywhere else. I like your thinking. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab? His bedroom? His basement? You're right on the money. No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all? Press. What about a poison container? But what about a poison container? That's crazy talk. I think I should stay. I think we've already gotten the useful thing we need out of this. I think we stay. Asking about a poison container is stupid. I think. Maybe I should have. If they found poison container, then they would have found traces of poison in a container. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Okay. I guess I don't know anything else. I guess maybe it's just to try and get Reyes on edge, which is kind of our idea. At any point in the investigation was poison found on the body of the deceased. Oh. By container, you meant the deceased? I'm calm. I'm calm. Good point, Undominable. No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Oh, that kind of container. Okay, that makes more sense. Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? We need exactly 21. Right. We're very close. We only need one more. Theoretically, we know that it's anyone else in the building because we answered, could he have been poisoned off camera? And it took away our blind. But I don't know why anyone else in the building helps us. But I guess I'm going with it. The only people you saw on camera that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. Oh, like I'm supposed to fucking... My problem, I think, often, and I don't think it's a problem with the game, I think it's the fact that I've never interacted with this genre before, is that the things that are implied off of the evidence that I'm presenting are meant to surprise you, so you have to really think them through. But, like, I feel that there's not enough... There's nothing really presenting the others as red herrings. There's just one of them's correct. I do think it's my unfamiliarity with the genre, so my takes are cold, but, you know. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. Stay. We got 21. We don't care. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, we are playing with fire, though. We have so little fucking chips left. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand. It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe, either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source. The source... Oh! The printer. The printer. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Yep. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to procure nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. But very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randoc Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the Nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor, or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time, in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically preset 19. Oh, that's bad. Damn. Excuse me. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. She gets to win one. She gets to win a witness. I won the last one. It's a give and take. Yes, ma'am. Before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and push together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. You know what sounds great? A recap right after a bathroom break. I know. I am a machine that drinks water and produces bathroom breaks. Stay good. So, like, are you guys, you know, only coming in when I go to the bathroom because you hate me? Or, like, what's up? Hi probably exists. Thank you for coming. We are in court. We are doing well. Maybe. Kind of. Domdall is the MVP. That's why he gets paid the big bucks, I assume. I'm clearing my throat. I did it again. Fuck. Whew. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. Sarah, this would be a really good time to finish fucking decoding that shit. The piss break is the only room to breathe. I choose to believe that. God, my throat. Jesus Christ. Will this ever end? I'm sure all these sounds are real good ASMR, right? Everyone loves to hear mucus in the vocal cords. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, counselor? Ooh. She has the timeline correct so far. She made a mistake with the timeline. That seemed good. Do we know 7:36 and 7:40 are the correct times? Can we, like, just double check that on her, just in case? I think she's right, but I really wish I had the arc. I don't know where the fuck it is. Maybe it's in Jung's story. What's a CCE? Oh. Witness testimony. 7:30. He left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36, returned at 7:40. And returned to 7:40. Yep. You're good. Yeah, I figured, but I just wanted to track it. Not at this time, no. God, what is up with my throat? I'm gonna go gargle fucking molten lead. The timeline you've described is accurate as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? I don't know, man. There's not a lot of time. 4 minutes? You have to fucking rush it. Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? When she leans forward, she got like bug eyes, and I can't tell if I'm particularly into that or particularly put off by it. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? Adonai, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor, are we done here? I mean, it's gotta be missing something, right? I feel that I could argue 4 minutes is cutting it close. It's missing something. I mean, I guess we could say that we found camera footage, but, like, haven't decoded it. I mean, we have to raise, right? We have no choice. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Ooh. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court... Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! Oh, is she gonna bring that fucking witness? Is she gonna bring the boyfriend? Oh, no. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here now, then the content must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that... What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin playback. Yeah, it was kind of a fucking... Just a wild swing to say relevance. It's like, oh, you have something good. Can I convince you not to show it? Hello. Aw, Sarah. Oh, the model froze. Why did she do that? Why did she do that? Why is she like that? Welp. No. Pause momentarily for dramatic effect. I'm so sorry. I'm just too obsessed with my own face to let it be off screen. My face died. I froze up. I know my pretty voice could carry this stream, but, you know. What if I need to blow you a kiss? Come on, come on. Please? Hey! Okie dokie. Where is the thingy? The thingy where I calibrate. Perfect! Okay. Always so soft-spoken. Oh. They're gonna play sad music. Oh, you looked away? Fucking... Can you see the red line around my fucking Naruto thing? I sure hope not. It's the phone call between our deceased and his boyfriend where they broke up. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints with you. It's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me, for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything, or should I? Woof, woof. That did sound sad. Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Interesting. Okay. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone. The last time. Father, it might just be a call. But it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish this up without anything else horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does this mean this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant brain protesters but pitying me here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Jess! Missed you. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relationship to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing? Ultimate silver bullet. Starling, the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible, because we're just trying to give Sarah time. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. Sarah. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned the hard drive's about 60% decrypted, and it's fucking exponential, so it should be faster. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. It's that moment where you're like trying to fucking meet the word minimum in a high school essay and you're just like fucking saying shit. It's like, in conclusion, I think that you'll find at the end of this essay that you believe fucking... Oh shit, did I just skip something? Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Dr. Asher... Oh, it says that. Fuck, wait, what was the one before that? Okay, whatever. Of course! Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling like that's gonna be, sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all of his contributions in the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him. Well... withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had any contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? Ooh. Experienced harassment from stalking from conspiracy theorists throughout his career at Noble. You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge anyone else, about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection, that's leading. On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy, and what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? Doesn't matter if it keeps her talking. We have private correspondences that describe, if they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing! Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into record, but I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%? Approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Yeah, I knew that. Platinum? Ooh. Did he not have a Platinum plan? Caduceus. I'm trying to find if they mentioned his plan before. Maybe in his papers. Maybe I could submit it just because it's fucking dense. It's not a terrible idea. I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls. Exactly. Which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. I mean, let's raise, fuck it, we just gotta buy time, right? I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan, I fucking knew it! What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. I couldn't find it, but I'm glad she could. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. Oh god, oh god. Died from respiratory failure, Junk's testimony. I think, no, it's the phone calls, it's the phone calls. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. You don't think this portion is timed? Why are they scaring me with the plus minute counter? Yes. Not when he knew all of his phone calls were being recorded. Ooh, we bought back some leeway. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Maybe. Ooh. Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.I. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. That's a wild swing. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. I'm going to turn the volume down a bit, just for myself, but if it makes it too quiet for you, let me know. And his employer's many enemies will do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal. You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know. Ow. That is... sorry, but like, did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. How my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. Oh, God. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Sterling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. She only did that because she was trusted. Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please, tell us, when exactly did he last... contact you, right? See you is irrelevant. Contact you. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work relevant. Uh-oh, am I about to lose 17? Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? The texting isn't relevant. The texting makes a big difference. Oh, fucking hell. 6:57 p.m. That was... When was the phone call? $6:36. It was after the phone call. Right? 6:29 to 6:36. And she said 6:57. It's huge. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Oh, she's so cute. Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical. Oh, she's not saying this out loud. Especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Drag cards from your hand onto the slots in chronological order left to right. You can pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind. Or drop it outside any slot to return it to your hand. Fill all the slots to submit your answer. Okay. Isaac's call, Starling's text, Jung's testimony, David faints. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android. There. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Darling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. Why is this relevant? David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. To summarize, then. Half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumption about his mental state ought to be re-examined? Show the evidence of the video. Yep, we're leading them up to it, if she finishes. That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment... Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that... Excuse me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house. Adonai. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai. Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford... I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence. New security footage? The police corroborated the witness testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra symbol that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the nanofacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai, I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor, what's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone... I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have collars available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonai, please tell me what I... That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. Oh, that hurt my heart. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor, in light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay! Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Jesus Christ. July 1st, 2086. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot, a true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Ha! As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treaties. That's what I like to do. Ooh. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That is correct, Your Honor. So what did it do, exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. all we could do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277-A, docket number YT98431828-2. I don't know why I clip them into fucking groups of twos. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT9843182882. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks that the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. Not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course. There's a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedure for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it any better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day, and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless, spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Fuck yeah, we call. Morgan. What was that, Counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. That appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true and no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. Are we gonna tie our fate to fucking Sarah and be like, we either get us both out of this or we both fucking burn? Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Morgan, you're so hot and cool. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. Sarah's papers. Right? Yeah, Sarah's papers. It's gotta be. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are, risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Look at me when I know my rights. I've always said that. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it weren't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment? No, she's worth money. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number. What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. What a crazy thing to say, but I love you. You've got to be. I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. You can't scrap what I plan to sell for scrap. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Holy shit. Holy shit. Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if it walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure, exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There's book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Can I push it back onto David? Precinct 254, Homicide Office. Ooh, Reyes, you here? So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Ah, London. Even though they've got it collared. It's a precaution. Right? I fucking love Morgan so much. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? The collar, a restraint designed to impede movements and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with the spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implemented tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as means of meaningful inhibiting a wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize micro-needle clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. Fascinating. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box ain't closed. So long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the Android industry? Yep, I know what nationalization is. But let's read it, just for the public's interest, just in case it becomes relevant to us for some reason. The act of absorbing a corporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, and restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. Nationalization is a so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations. It is mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. However, during periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s throughout the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. The 2070s saw most of those countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased. But this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derivatively referred to as the neobility. Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. Yep. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago, for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incriminate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has the tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust? Why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asked for them, do they? Nope. Now, we got perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get to vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I can always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, from the outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually. And it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't. It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android. Like your nurse. As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look, I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about a half hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room? But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. Oh, my heart. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Stress. Agreed. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Well, why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage, this numbness around my neck. Father, what happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you to be bricked, ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Oh. Fear? Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that there are modded humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. Oh, no logical reason? There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai, but the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think, so you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. Yes? So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is... I am more aware, more out... Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated, or abandoned, or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not going to asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. But why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai, the state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. What? No, that's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? Look, right? Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence. Wow, I lost my place. And instead, it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for which is real. Sick. Sarah's learning that we suck. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all they need to prove is that you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you are wondering. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday, because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai, I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories, and you'd do that. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without a good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful? Holy fuck. Be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence, but we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday. Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later, you came back out, holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal. You remembered something. Not from yesterday, I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder. Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's more accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved... Yeah, see, that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say, let's just stick to what we do now. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father, so it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. Ugh. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There are a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not. Adonai, what would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Write that one down, kids. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap? You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. When I take a job, I never half-ass it. Morgan, you're a liar. You're a liar and I love you for it. Back to the penthouse, huh? Second investigation. Whoa, cinema. Oh, Reyes. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said, right? Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. And now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password. There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not gonna play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password. Please. Moth and pleasant, odd question, but did you eat? I sure didn't. And I've been feeling that moment where I'm like, God damn, what if we took a little meal break together? It was kind of fun last time. We could have a little meal together. But I don't want to leave y'all alone. You're missing out on the ASMR segment. I don't want to leave you all alone while I go try and prepare food. Take like a little bit, and I feel bad making my roommate do it so many times. I will text them if they are awake. No, they're not awake. They work early. Yeah, it'll be me going for like 30 minutes. That's up to me. Who else would be going to make food? Can I trust on... I can't force feed you. I appreciate you not threatening me with a good time. Okay. We're gonna put... I don't know how to put a timer on the screen. We're gonna go to Yapperoni, though. God... Hey! No game audio, right? Wait, can you hear it through the mic? Can you hear the game audio still? No? Okay, then the mic's just being a little weird. That's okay. Okay, we're gonna write a little note. Hold on. Random note box. Note. Back at 10 EST. I don't think it's force feeding you if you want to be fed. I could pretend. Who lets me speak? Ah! Oh! What? Back at 10 EST. Okay. I will be back at 10 EST. I will either have food or I won't. You all should maybe... Ginger, we're on the same wavelength. You know, if you want to bite each other, that's fine. But I prefer if you get food. I'm racing for it. Time me, or don't. I'll leave the mic on so I can yell at you, just in case you get lonely. You know what? Turn on some music, just in case anyone's still chilling. Indomitable is the best. I agree. Oh, you're still here. God damn it. Let's... Wait, the mic says it's showing the fucking... Is it because these are open-ear headphones? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's faint. It's just gonna be the same. So no, I'll do show start. I'll do a different playlist. It still doesn't have that many songs, but you know, it's what we got. Oh, and my water cup. Oh. Busy. Do you also want to be fed? Fine. Very well. One for you. I'll light it. I really thought ramen was going to be a less involved process, so I blame that. Real spicy ramen. You will be hearing a lot of deep breaths. How's the music? Has it repeated a lot? Hope not. Let's get rid of that. Or actually, no, let's just change it. Hell yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Everyone else got food? So I do lie. You know, in my defense, ramen is supposed to be the fucking easiest struggle meal to whip up, but this one was more involved. Also, I couldn't find scissors, bit open the fucking sauce packet to pour it, and then, oh shit, they weren't fucking around when they said spicy. That hurts. My lips hurt. I will forgive you this once. Thank you very much. I just didn't want to bother you. Forgive me. God, it's so hot. Is anyone else excited about their food? I'm trying to think of even anything to talk about in this game, but like, honestly, it's just good. It's just really, really good. How gross was that? Oh, that's spicy. Holy shit. Excuse me while I fucking grab a napkin. Works with the psychology of the characters. The gameplay is so cool, you know? I don't know how far it separates from Ace Attorney, but oh, that's why I'm going crazy. I could hear the game audio still in my headphones. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know how much it separates from the genre, but I really, really enjoy it. They definitely, like, the fact that you're, as a murder, like, that Morgan is not a good person remains relevant, even though this episode does not deal with a murder of hers at all. Oh, unless it does, again, but I doubt it. But yeah, her, like, obsession with gambling and the way she sees the world is translated to the way we see the world and interact with it. And I think that's just really, really, really cool. I'll say I didn't love what's her name? The prosecution in the episode 0 when she was introduced. Now I really like her. Their relationship is definitely just as complicated as I was hoping, you know? Oh, hey, there are the scissors. Even her willingness to help. I mean, I think there is a bit of it that is just sympathy. But I do like when she talks about her principles because they are fascinating. You know what? There's not too many of us here. I get really, really. Oh. Hey, let's take a moment with me. I get really anxious and embarrassed about my own music, but I don't want to have us repeating songs too much. So I'm going to play my giant playlist, and I might skip around a little. And the vibes might shift dramatically, but it's where we're at. It's where we're living. You're loving the playlist? Have an SS for one of those songs? What's SS? Oh, wait, is it something heinous? Thank you, Double. I'll try and direct it towards songs that have a bit more pick up to them. A bit of get up and go. Screenshot? Oh, so you can look it up later? Aw, that's sweet of you to say, but you have not heard the depths of this fucking playlist. Ah, you know what? Now I believe you. God, you're real good at giving compliments, but redirecting the, like, onus of the compliment back to yourself so it lands softly on anxious people. I feel like you've gotten practice. In any case, I appreciate it. Oh. Femme voice who? My throat's burning up too much to attempt anything. Now that I've been practicing a whole lot. You know, here's what it is. I just like that guitarist. No. No. Mm-mm. Sure. I'm also trying to skip. I accidentally get some powder everywhere. What? Huh? Donald will probably just key smashing against the fucking thing. What powder? What? You doing coke without me? The fuck? It's messed up. Hey, we're eating the same thing, Undoubtable. We're breaking bread. Now I can't kill you in my house. In yours, though. Devastating. I feel like fascinating. I was just gonna say, I never know how many people are watching, and a lot of people are like, you should purposely avoid it. I don't purposely avoid it. I just don't know how. So it like takes me a moment of really like scumming through everything to find the users in chat thing. But like, I just want to say, because I always assume, the reason I bring this up is because I kind of assume that I'm not a large enough size to warrant lurking. You know, you're either in the inner circle or that's the only circle. So, you know, a moment. Thank you to lurkers. I appreciate endlessly. I love a captive audience. I love an audience that'll let me put words in their mouth. Guys, if I'm making gross noodle sounds, you gotta tell me. That's the law. The pink clouds. This isn't really upbeat, but I do love the sound. Oh, how gross. How icky. Honestly, the only complaint I'm going to stick with for this game, and it's because it doesn't really matter, I think the judge was cooler before she started being all silly. And I understand that. In this medium, I think it is very common to cut the tension of a court scene. But I think, excuse me, I think that reveal eliminated any chance of there being tension to relieve. Like they just kind of all was sucked out of the room. There was a few moments where things felt tense, but like not as many as I would have liked. But also, I understand the impulse to just add another cool character when you're writing a game. It's just like, oh, what if this was like quite an interesting character too? Because no one likes playing a stick in the mud as an interesting character. No one wants to be the paladin. Except me. I love being the asshole. I love being the urchin, and I love being the paladin. That's true. The world building is like nothing else. I can't get enough of it. It never ever feels too much. Even when they feed me blocks of fucking text to read, it still feels like it kind of tells exactly what it needs to and then is fucking done, you know? Then again, I'm a lover of flavor text, so it's possible that to someone else it might seem like a lot. Trying to think of any other complaints. Honestly, like, the things I love the most, I want to find the holes in, because I like to discuss it. I like to discuss how much, you know, I agree or disagree with certain decisions made with direction, and honestly, like, I'm struggling. I did get a little frustrated with the mechanics at first, but I'd like to attribute that to this being my first game of the genre. I have absolutely no place to be like, this was bullshit. I don't even know what the shit normally is. It's very possible I overlooked some hints. God, I'm fucking dying over here. Anyone else a big fan of spicy food? I like often am, but I think I should have used less of the packet. It's really tasty though. There was a small part where we figured out the answer, but we couldn't figure out. Yeah, that's true. We were kind of dancing around the answer. It was just I was getting frustrated because of the increasing stakes and the fact that I felt like I guessed the answer and I was just trying to guess it in a way that the game would accept. Like a fucking old text game, it's like open doors. Like I don't know that command. It's like open the door. It's like, okay. But again, that's because this was my first attempt with it. I didn't know how fast you can earn them back up. We were back up to high 20s and I felt safe again, you know? Oh, this one's a little dramatic. I shouldn't be ashamed, but I am. Ooh, Stomach Book. I found this band kind of recently. They did a song, something something girl. Hold on. Fukuana Girl, which I heard sang and I was like, wow, the lyrics are really cool. And then I heard it play and I was like, oh, fuck yeah. And I went and listened to a couple albums and it all sounds like this. It's pretty awesome. I'm losing brain cells. The spiciness is killing the ability to think in coherent manners. Hi, I'm here. I'm back. I'm here for non-coherency. Man, the model can't headbang. She don't. Without using dairy? Yeah. Yeah. I might go in the kitchen and just like put a fucking slice of bread against my tongue. Maybe that's reasonable. Maybe that's crazy people behavior. Wouldn't it be cool if mint was actually like the opposite of spice? I feel like I would just be in a couple different ways of pain if I tried that. Anyone ever read Hyperbole and a Half? There's a bit in there. It's not crazy if it works. True. Success is the only metric. Nothing bad has ever gone wrong with that philosophy. But no, there's a small bit in that book where the author talks about how when they were a kid, they thought salt and pepper was opposites that like canceled each other out. So they would just alternate putting way too much pepper and then way too much salt on something. And that would go on like until someone stopped them. And I love that. I love that book. I love someone who's like, hey, the crux of my problem is that I will continue to smash my head against the same wall until until one of us breaks. And I respect it. As someone with a couple head wounds, I love it. All right. I loved having this time with you, but that is the end of this segment. I'm going to the kitchen to refill my water, find a slice of bread, and put my bowl in the sink. I'll be right back. Oh, my fucking throat. Oh, the roof of my mouth. Fucking score. I did have get bread. Don't gotta tell me twice. No, I found yogurt. I found non-dairy yogurt. And I'll be taking a bite of that, even though I'm kind of full. Cool. Yeah, that's fucking amazing. That's exactly what I needed. Ah, we're cured. Life is beautiful and worth living again. I ran out of tissues and my nose is running. All right, one more. I'm walking away. I'll be right back. Don't listen to me blow my nose, you perverts. All right, this time for real, we are back. And we are gonna go free our girl, our sweet, sweet daughter. Okay, I am gonna, oh wow, why'd the thing go away? Oh, there it is. Anyway, pause. Sorry. Thank you. Welcome back to yourself. How was your noodles? How was your powder? Not like I'm jealous or anything. Okay. Oh my god, every time I think the spice is gone, I like take a moment to myself and then I'm just fucking dying again. Guys, remind me not to experiment with painful foods while streaming. That seems stupid. That seems like a stupid person's decision. I choose to blame she who will not be named. But mostly because I'm bitter that I'm no longer allowed to refer to her directly. That's right, we're in character. It was good. So chopped up a cucumber? Some tomatoes and meat? Undoubtable. I didn't know you were classy like that. I didn't know you were checking into the Ritz. Ooh. I tried to put on chapstick because I thought it would help my lips. Kind of hurts more. So that's science. We've learned something new. Okay. I'll tell her. Adonai. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a pass key on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. Oh, you guys just want to blow up a door. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. Uh-oh. Oh, we just don't get to see that. She just cussed them out so bad that the fucking screen went black. Excellent. Huh? You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, that's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? Ooh. I should have made you fucking work for it. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only... Thank you. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left, if she wanted this room searched, it could only be for her. So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Reyes, you're such a hard worker. Mostly bottom, with your height. Tops of some of those shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own I get it. Then why not just let me say it? That's cute. Okay. Oh shit, we're investigating. Okay. We already kind of searched the drawers. Let's, I want to check this out. A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David doesn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lauren's Adamant. Oh yeah, she's obsessed with cars. I missed this. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line. This conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it, when he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Ugh. Reyes, I love you. Please stop being a cop. Are those drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. Love you. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize this secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. We got chips from learning that we're not a carpenter? Sick. This datapad, it's displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. Apple? A higher court judge this week shot down the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of the legal counsel for the CRA, but we have no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outlined fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. Ugh. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten. And so long as journalism that refused to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere, subscribe down to the link below to read articles like this every day, forever, and as long as your card remains on file. Woof. All right. I mean, I appreciate the anti-capitalist rant. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Are we just describing? Yeah, that's the thing I just read. Thanks. Seems like the courts have made their opinions on the matter very clear, so for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales. Yeah, that's why they fucking stop repair, so you have to replace it. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they gotta sell us the replacement. They get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast, vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. Woof. Reyes is searching the cabinets now, same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. What a weird... Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but... I've looked everywhere else already, might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so. Yeah, why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private, hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of just standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information in the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? Came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? Nope. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation, lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization, the penmanship of a coder. First entry's dated, back in grad school before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, stream it to the worknet, high fidelity, legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Whoa. Okay, here. What? You're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Ow! Shit, my head. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long has it been? 2 months or so. And still that sensitive, so the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all the extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really. I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat, but now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. Aw, I appreciate the Reyes lore. Right? Kind of sweet. From the top, then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Oh, error in lines. What? What? Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. Leaving an eye on you. Woof. The bucket. Brutal. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal an API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo. Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. That's the... Yeah, I remember. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. A squid. Evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. Aw, is our name Red? I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again after leaving... I'm never driving anywhere again after leaving home again. Right? So sweet. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything. He couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat. Ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. No way. No. It would be crazy. I'm just saying my theory of him faking his own death has like a little... Right? It's so sweet. I like their friendship a lot. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for the week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. Whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. It feels like I might be paraphrasing something else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying? Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on, this page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Right? I think that too. Baby steps today. Literally. Oh, I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. Oh. Ah. Hello! Mr. Meow. Hello! Victor! Hello, you cretins! Welcome to a deeply sad part of this story. I'm very happy to have you. I hope your stream was good. What were you up to? Was it more cursing the name of art shading? Because fair and real. What happened to not fixing the green screen? So I was asking Rue for help to fix my fingers, and then she was like telling me what to do, and before I even knew it, she was like, just click that button and it'll be gone. So she fixed it. The bastard, looking out for me and all. I was cutting up Mpreg Helta for rigging more than killed heretics. I'm sure those were words, but my brain can't. Huh. Well, you know what? I'm proud of you and Helta for your accomplishment. Spread that nickname across the fucking internet. That's... So hypothetically, if someone were to want you to make such horrific art about a character, perhaps they would go about it in a absolutely fucking not. We're running that train of thought right out of the brain right now. No. Absolutely not. I'll kill people. I'll bite. Fucking. Christian and Preg art of Helta. I thought it would be funny to make it a model, so I'm hand cutting it up. You are a genius of our time. And I am very lucky. Mysterious mode of pleasant coming. I cannot allow her to make Mpreg art of me. I cannot. I guess it's not Mpreg, but it's... I open to rigging anything. Someday I'm gonna take you up on that, and I'm gonna regret it. I'm so excited. I was gonna say Moth is female, isn't she? Okay. She is also a trans woman. So, kinda? Yes? I mean, yes, but like, you know, in terms of pregnant. I don't know. I like being trans, so I made a character who was trans. That's fucking easy peasy. She'll get sappy about it if I let her talk any longer, so we're just gonna move on. I'm gonna keep reading. Love y'all though. Happy to see you. The muscle rigging is perfect. Hey look, he's rigging too. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah. Aww. Just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he's programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Yeah, that's his kid. Where do you think she learned to call him dad? I'm gonna cry. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pouch she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she's ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she just prefers other games. She had preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Mr. Meow, I'm very, very delighted that you could raid me too. I'm always a huge fan of seeing you, and I'm happy to hear that your stream was going well, and, you know, all that good stuff. And, you know, bigger number, better person, so thank you for sending your people at me. Like, love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the date before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? Ugh. Ugh. That's the last entry. Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she reads this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. Secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whoever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. And I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction, north. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanic, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers, and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became ANAD. And ANAD was novel in many ways. ANAD could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas it didn't copy. And the one thing I realize I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Test, including that Cube predates the tenants? Girl. So in a sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Anad over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Anad was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Anad, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whoever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamadi, Rome, they started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up, and there got to be, well... should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300? David! Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They develop interests, specialties, I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all, together, helped me make Sarah. He spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single, microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron, and we iterated from there. You can't mean. About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours, could make even more in less after you fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever made rock candy? David. Sorry, I'm trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AI, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't ever programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not... I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with a new name, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame. I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her, if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her, like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her gin bar was plainly visible, so no one will think she's pretending to be something she's not, and I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes, so I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo, and you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. Okay, let's all take a moment, because that hurt. That was beautiful. Great writing, as usual. Right! It's great for the plot, Red. You have to protect the narrative. A lot of swear words I'd like to... Wait. Did I skip one? I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask, and a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in, followed by my phone, and maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Ray has left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it, which would be its own admission of guilt, which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell, and in the system, and my DNA on file, ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? Woof. So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to the door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for those gonks. What does that mean? A net slang term, growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement, derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. Easy Gog spotted. Who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest? Real. Very real. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor, but did you find a psychiatric's office? Sort of. They said they were at the place it looked, the part? Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, friend. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no! Signal must have cut out. Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. She is handling the situation as well as she can. I'm waiting for, like, her to do some illegal shit, because there's no way we win this straight and narrow, you know? We are... And this is... Okay. This is the perfect direction for this game to go. We are introduced as a lawyer, revealed to be a murderer. The natural conclusion for the greatest fucking escalation of those two things is to have her have to lie in court, have to get a person who is very guilty off of the problem, like off of the verdict. Or I don't know how to phrase the thing I'm saying, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm so psyched. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. Jess. What? Your pass? I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. Must be. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Sarah's guilty of nothing, but fucking David's in big trouble. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all short. A girl with long legs could go far. God, she could. Honestly, Jess? I doubt they could afford you. Guys, I really want to keep playing. This game is so fucking cool, and I'm having so much fun, and the stakes are higher than they've ever been. But I feel that this is a good place to stop. No one knows her worth. She's so fucking cool. She's... there's not a character in here that I'm like, oh, you just, yes. You're just like, you know, kind of here. I guess I complained about the judge, but like, that's it. And she was barely here, you know? This is fucking awesome. I'm gonna move to the Apparoni screen. And let's take a little looky-loo around Twitch. Let's see if anyone I know is around, huh? Do a little raid. Probably got a shit ton of people. Like a whole bunch. If I could count, I would know. But I can't. Ooh, Pecco is streaming. Okay, that's an option. My fucking Oshi is streaming. She's got 2,000 fucking viewers, so there's not a snowball's chance in hell I'm going that way. She's quite cool. Pix! Nixie! Oh, I already rated Nixie. I do love Nixie though. Okay, I'm going to Pix. Pix is I've actually wanted to rate Pix for a while now. Pix is a PNG tuber, but an animated PNG tuber with just a billion different fucking things. Like pronouns are any. Like so cool to watch, and organized a Palestine children's charity fundraiser last year, and I believe plans to do so again and again. He's a very, very good artist. I'm a huge fan, and I think as soon as you're in there, you'll understand why I'm a huge fan. Just a good time to be around. Okay, so let's fucking do that. Let's fucking do that. Thank you all so much for being here. I had a lot of fun. And next week, I don't have to wait an extra 24 hours to see you. It's another 7 days, baby. And, you know, I feel like we're getting closer to the end of this game. I feel like it's somewhere in our sight. Okay. What? Did that work? Hey. Okay. You know, the thing I always write. Door open. Here are the moths. Let's go, 10 people, that's 2 more than last time. We're so fucking cool and hot. Okay, that is a raid message. You can add stuff to it if you want to be cute. Go and give Pix a very warm welcome. She absolutely deserves the world. I just interchange pronouns because I don't, it says any. He, she, they. So, you know, do as you will. I'm trying to think of anything else I wanted to say. There's nothing else. Ooh, I could plug the Discord, I guess. But, oh, Undomitable, I'm stealing yours again. God. Someday, Undomitable, I will be able to shower you with something deserving. I gave you godlike power, but godlike power over this stream is like, you know, fucking dumpster. Here, yep, right before the fucking thing goes, hey, if you want to join the Discord, I will announce when I'm going live there. Isn't that cool? Okay, we're raiding now. Bye, 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 bye. Love you, good seeing you. Bye, 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 bye. I'm saying of the devil. It's so. That's one. So 0 is free. So buddy. Let's go. Fuck the recording. Hi, friends. Bye.